Hey YouTube, I'm Kishan, and in this video we are going to create this amazing chat application. So the chat application is developed using React, Node.js and Socket. So we have designed this chat application by style components. So let me give you a demo of it. So this is the login page and we have this register page. Now I'll register a new user. I'm going to use admin@gmail.com, and I'll write some incorrect password here and create the user. So we have this custom notifications that password and confirm password should be same. Now let's have the same password. And I'll remove the username from here. So we have all the validations that are required for the form. Then I'll create the user. Now we have this loader and we have to set an avatar from here. So we'll set an avatar. These images are all generated dynamically from the multi-avatar API, and this would be changed every time we refresh the page. So I'll refresh it again. And now we have some different avatars. So I'll select this avatar and set as our profile picture. So this is set, and this is our chat application. This is the welcome screen and these are the contacts. So our application name is Snappy. So I'll select any of the chat from here and we'll send the message. For example, I'll select this cool Kishan and I'll send an hi message to him, and I'll also send an emoji to him. Hi. And currently we don't have any other session open, so what I'll do is I'll shrink this. This is also responsive, by the way, and I'll log in another user which is cool Kishan here, and I'll write the password. Now our current user is the admin, so you can see that the message is received. So message is also being stored in the database using the MongoDB. Now we'll send a message from the admin to cool Kishan. So we'll write hey, and as you can see that as soon as we wrote the message, it has been received to the cool Kishan, and we have used Socket for this. We'll send the message from Kishan. Hi admin. So as you can see that it is blazing fast. We are not calling any API. It is being handled by the sockets. So without wasting any further time, let's get started and create this beautiful chat application. So before moving further, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. So now we'll set up our application. First we'll create a public directory and we'll also create an server directory. Now I will open a new terminal. I'll cd inside the public directory and I will write npx create react app and the name of our React app, which is chat app. And now I will write click this plus button. Okay, there was some issue. No, it's okay. And now we will move into the server and we will write npm init. Hit enter in all of these to set the default. Now we'll install some dependencies. So first we will need express, then we will need mongoose, we'll use nodemon, then we will use socket.io, we'll use bcrypt, then we will use course, and yeah, we also need .env. Hit enter to install these dependencies. Now inside this server we'll create a new file index.js index.js, and inside the package.json we'll create a start script. We'll write start, and the command for the start would be nodemon index.js. So what nodemon does is whenever you save any of the file, it will automatically restart your Node.js server. So that is very useful. If you are not using this, then you have to manually stop the server and restart the server to make the changes happen. Okay, so this is still installing. Now let's move on to index.js of the server and set up our server. So first we will need the express. We will require it from the express. Let's close these for the time being, and yeah. We also need the course. After this, we also need the mongoose. Mongoose is used to interact with the MongoDB server. Now we'll create an app by calling the express function. We will also require .env .config. So let's create the env file also. .env. This should be inside the server. Now here first we will write the port equals to 5000. This could be anything, you can change it according to your need. Then we will write mongo URL. We'll write this as MongoDB ://localhost 27017/chat. So this is the localhost URL of your MongoDB. Make sure that MongoDB is installed successfully on your PC, and if there is another port of the MongoDB, you have to change this. And if you want to change the database of the MongoDB, you have to change this chat. So if you want the database to have chat app, then you have to just add chat-app. So that's it. Save this, and now moving into index.js, and after this we will use first app.use middleware and call the course here. Then we'll use app.use express.json. Now we'll create our server. Server is equals to app.listen. We'll use the process.env .port, and we'll pass a callback function here, and if it is connected, we'll console server started on port, and we'll write process.env .port. Save it, and now let's write npm start. Okay, so our server is started successfully. Now I'll shrink this, and Before this server, what we will do is we'll write mongoose dot connect and we'll pass the process dot env dot mongo url and we'll pass use new URL parser to true and we'll write use unified topology to true. Okay, we have an error here. What's that? Invalid scheme connection string to start with MongoDB. Let's check if it's correct. Yeah, Mongo URL. Okay, we need to close this. This should be string. Okay, this is connected successfully. So we'll pass an will not pass an callback function. We'll chain it with promise. So after it is connected successfully, we have our callback function and we'll write console.log db connection successful. Yeah, that's it. And if there is any error, we'll write catch and we have our error here. We'll console.log that error.message. Okay, that's it. That's all for now. We have set up our server successfully. We'll set up our sockets afterwards. Now let's move on to the public and we'll cd into the public. Okay, we are inside the public and now okay, we still have to move inside the chat app. Let's do one thing. We'll move all of this from the chat app to the public. We'll cut it and we will paste it inside public. Yeah, I think it didn't work. We'll reveal this in File Explorer. Now we'll cut this all and paste it here. We'll remove this chat app. Let's close this. No, we don't want this. We'll also close these files. Now let's start our React app by yarn start. Okay, so it has been installed correctly. Now let's close this and first we will need some dependencies, so we'll install that. I'll write yarn add. First we'll need Axios for API calling, then we will use style components for styling, Then we will use React router DOM for routing. Okay, that's it for now. We'll install more dependencies when we need it. I'll hit enter, and now inside the app.js, I'm gonna remove all of this code and write RFC, save it. We'll remove this app.css. We also don't need this, and this. Inside the index.css, we'll remove all of this code. We'll remove the import from here and remove this function call, save it. Let's wait for this to install. So while this is being installed, let's create a directory named as pages. We will also create another directory named as components and another directory named as utils. Now inside the pages, we'll create our React components. So this would be register.jsx. Another would be login.jsx. And another would be chat.jsx. I'll create the React component by this, then we'll write RFC here, RFCE, so create the component. And now inside this app, instead of returning this div, we'll have the browser router. We need to import the browser router, so we'll write import from React router DOM. I'll write browser router, then we'll require the routes, and at the end we'll have the route. Now inside this browser router, we'll define the routes component, and inside the routes we'll have our individual route. So first we have path equals to /register, and the element would be register component. Let's start our application by yarn start. We'll go to register, and yes, it is working perfectly. So now we'll define another routes. We'll copy this route and paste it. Make sure the sequence is followed. So after register, we'll have the login. After login, we will have the slash. We don't need this. The slash would be for the chat, and the login would be for the login page. Save it. Let's check those routes. Okay, chat page is working on the slash directory, then login is working for the login route. That's it. So our base setup is complete. Now we'll uh, create the register functionality. We'll first create the register component and then we will connect it with the server and we'll create the API. So now we'll create our register functionality. So I have already copied this assets directory and pasted inside the public directory. You can find this from the GitHub link given in the description. So this is the loader, then this is the logo and the robot.gif file. Now let's head over to register.jsx and here we'll first create some style components. So we'll write const form container is equals to style dot this should be form, I think. No, this is div. Save it. We'll also import style from style components. Save it. Now after the form container, we'll move inside this and replace this div with React fragments, and inside this we'll write our form container. Now inside the form container we will have our form. We'll remove this action and write on submit equals to, we'll capture the event and pass into our custom function which is handle submit. Let's write handle submit here. Const handle submit is equals to event. We'll first have the event dot prevent default and we will alert form. That's it. Now inside the form we will have an div with a brand. Inside the brand we will have our image tag for logo and we'll write the name of our application which is snappy. Now after this div we will have an input. Input type would be text. Placeholder would be username. Name would be username. And we'll have an on change equals to e and we'll write handle change. Now we are gonna copy this, paste it 3 times I think, yeah, and we'll change the type to email. We'll write email is the placeholder, name would be email, unchange would be same, this should be password, placeholder would be password, username, no, name would be password, this should also be password, placeholder would be confirm password, and the name would be confirm password. That's it. After this we will have a button. The button type would be submit and the text would be create user. After this we will have an span. We'll write already have an account, and if yes, we'll use the login. No, not the login. We'll use the link from React Router DOM, and we'll write login here, and inside the link we'll pass in prop of 2 to login. Okay, we have missed things here, so yeah, that's it. This A should be capital, and we also need to create the handle change function. So write const handle change event let's head over to register. Okay, it is here. We need to style this. Before styling, let's use the fonts. So we will use Josephine's from Google Fonts, Josephine Sans. We'll copy this thin style. Then we'll need extra light, regular, medium, semi-bold and extra bold. That's it. We'll use the import from here, copy this, and we'll paste it inside the index.css. Now let's copy this font family. We'll write body, button and input to have this font family. While we are here, we'll also have the star selector, have margin of 0, padding of 0, and the box sizing of border box. Also the body would have a max height of 100 viewport height, max width of 100 viewport width, and overflow of hidden. Save this, close this file and close this. So now the fonts have been applied. Now let's style this. So before styling this, we need to import the image. So here we'll import it, import logo from assets logo.svg. Let's check the name. It's logo.svg. L should be small. We'll use this as the source of this image logo, and the alternate text to be logo. Okay, so the logo is here. Now we have to style everything inside the form container. So first we'll have the height of 100 viewport height, width of 100 viewport width. Then we'll give it a display of flex direction of column, justify content of center. Then we'll have gap of 1 rem. We'll give it a align items of center. We'll give it a background color of 131324. Then we'll select the brand container. We'll give it a display of flex. Align items of center, gap of 1 rem, justify content of center. We'll select the image and give it a height of 5 rem. Save it. Okay, the styles have been applied. Let me shrink this so you can see the styling. So after this image we will have an h1. We'll give it a color of white. Then we'll give it a text transform of uppercase. Okay, it has been applied. Now after this h1 we will have our form. We'll give it a display of flex direction of column, and we'll give a gap of 2 run. We'll give it a background color of 0000. So the color would be 00000076. Now we'll give it a border radius of 2 rem and a padding of 3 rem and 5 rem. Then after this we'll select the input incited. We'll give it a background color of transparent. We'll select padding and give it 1 rem. We'll give it a border of 0.1 rem solid, and the color would be 4E0 EFF. Now we'll also give it a border radius of 0.4 rem. This should be 0.4 rem. Now we'll give it a color of white. We'll select the width as 100% and we'll give it a font size of 1 rem, and whenever we focus on this we want the border to 0.1 rem solid, and the color would be 997 AF0. Let's remove this, and the outline would be outline of none. Let's select this. Okay, it is being applied. Now after the input we'll style the button. Background color would be this one. We'll give it a color of white, padding of 1 rem, 2 rem, 1 rem and 2 rem, border of none, font weight of bold, cursor of pointer, border radius would be 0.4 rem. This is 0.4 rem. We'll give it a font size of 1 rem and a text transform of uppercase. After this, when we hover open this, we'll change the background color to this one. We'll also give it a transition of 0.5 seconds, ease and out. Remove this. Okay, it's working. Now after this we'll have our span. We'll give it a color of white. Then we'll give it a text transform, text transform of uppercase, then we'll select the A inside this and give it a color of this. After we'll give it a text transform of none, and we'll give it a font weight of bold. Okay, so the styles are not applied. Inside the span we have A. Let's reload this. Let's inspect this. Inside the span we have the A. Okay, so the styles are applied. We have to write text decoration here. Decoration of none. Okay, so it's working. Let's correct the spelling. Yeah, that's it. So the styling of this form is complete. Now we'll create the functionalities. So first we will have the handle change, then we will have handle submit, and after the handle submit we will have the handle validation. We will have various validation in the form, and we will also have the toast notification here. So let's do that, and after that is done we will connect this with the server. So now also we have to create this functionality. Okay, it's working. So now first we'll use the useState hook, useState, and we will also need the use callback. Not use callback, we will need use effect. Now let's create a state of const values and set values equals to useState, and this would be an object which should have our field names. So the username would be blank, email would be blank, string. We'll have the password, we'll have the confirm password, and yeah, that's it. Now inside the handle change function, what we'll do is we'll have the set values here. We'll destructure the current values, and we'll write event dot target dot name, and we'll write event dot target dot value, save it. Okay, so that's it. Let's check if it's working. I'll open my console and we'll do one thing. We'll install an extension named as React Chrome extension. we need this React developer tools offered by Facebook. Add we need to reload our Chrome. Okay, we have the components here. Now we'll select our register here and we have the state here. Let's change the values and check if it's working. Yeah, you can see that the state is changing accordingly. Okay, that's it. Now let's check the create user button. Okay, so it is working. Now we'll create the handle submit functionality. So before doing the handle submit, we'll create a handle validation. So inside the handle validation, we'll destructure all our values. So we have the password, we need the confirm password, we need the username, and we will need our email. Now if the password not equals to confirm password, we'll have the toast.error. We need to install that first, so I'll stop it. And what was the name of the package? It was Reactjs. So I'll write react -toastify can add Reactjs to install this dependency. Hit enter. Okay, it is installed. Now let's start our application again. Yarn start. Let's close this, and here we'll again write toast.error password and confirm password should be same. Okay, so first we'll import the toast from Reactjs const we'll write import toast container and toast from Reactjs, and we'll write the toast container after this form container. So toast container. Now we passed some options here. So the options would be position, and this would be bottom right. Then we'll pass auto close. This would be 8000 milliseconds, which is 8 seconds. Then we'll write pause on hover. That would be true. And draggable would be also true. Theme would be dark. That's it. Let's test the functionality. Okay, dark is not defined. This is a string. Let's have the correct value. Kishan 21@gmail.com 11111111. We'll create the user. Okay, the form alert is working. We will also need to call this handle validation inside here. We'll remove this and we'll write handle validation. I think we need to refresh this. Admin demo 11111. I think we have to alert this. Okay, this is working, but the toast is not working. Why is that? So toast dot error. We pass the toast container. What is left? Let me check in the console if we have any error. We submit. No, it's working correctly. We don't have any error. Let's console here. Console.log in validation and also pass the toast here. Everything is working. Why is toast not coming then? So we have an error here. Not error, we forgot to import the CSS file for the toast. So we'll write react dash toastify slash dest slash react toastify. Okay, the CSS file is not visible, so we'll write react toastify dot css and let's test it now. Okay, these are visible now. Now let's create a variable named as toast options. Options equals to the object, and we'll have the object here toast options. This would be multiple times, so we have created an object of it and we'll reuse it. So after this we'll return false. Then we have else if the username dot length is less than 3, then we will have an toast notification of error. This would be username should be greater than 3 characters. This is username. Now let's copy this, paste it, and we'll just have this as email and this would be email. Okay, we don't need this for email. Let's remove this and we'll just write a condition of password dot length less than 8. So minimum password would be of 8 length and the message would be password should be equal or greater than 8 characters. Password should be equal or greater than 8 characters. We'll copy this return false and paste here both, and now we'll also return true. Here also we have the email validation, so else if email triple equals to blank, we'll pass toast.error, email is required, and the toast options, return false. That's it. Let's use the same password. Okay. Okay, so the validations are working perfectly. Now we'll wrap this inside an if condition, and here we have return false if there is any error, and if there are not any error then we have return true. If it returns true then we will call our API, and if it doesn't return true we will not call the API. So that's it. Now okay, so now let's call the API const email. We'll just copy this, paste it, and we'll have data equal to await axios.post, and we'll have this function as async. Also we will import axios from axios, and now inside the utils we'll create a new file which would be API routes.js, and inside here we'll define all of our API routes. So first we'll have export const host. We don't need to export this, equals to http://localhost and 5000. Then we'll export const login route, not login, register route. This should be in camel case, equals to, first we'll pass the host, and then we'll pass API/auth/login. Save it, and now inside the register we'll use this. Inside the axios.post we'll have the register route, then we'll pass our data here. So the data would be username, password, not password, email, and then we'll pass the password. Okay, that's it. And according to the data returned we'll have our validations here, so we'll do that afterward. Now let's move on to the server and create this route. So now let's move on to index.js. First we'll create some folders here. We'll create model, then we'll write controllers, we'll have the routes, we'll create user model dot js, then we'll write users controller dot js, and we'll define user routes dot js. Now first let's move on to user routes. No, let's move on to user controller. We'll write module dot exports dot login. This would be request, response, and next. Now inside the user routes, we'll first create a router equals to require express and call the router method. This should be capital, and we'll write router.post register, and we'll pass the register here. Okay, what did we write inside the user controller? This should be register, not login. That's it. Now we'll write module dot exports equal to router. Now we will call this router. Inside here we'll just write app.use. We'll write app.use and we'll write the starting URL, which would be /API /auth, and every route of this would be inside the user routes. So we'll write user routes here and we'll import the user route const user routes equals to require /routes and user routes. That's it. Now inside the user controller, I'll just write console.log request.body, and I'll open the node terminal, and now let's call the API. Let's check in the register.jsx if the API is being called. We are inside the console.log in validation, and we'll write register route here. Let's open the console. Okay, we have error here. API /auth login not found. Localhost 5000 /API /auth and login. Okay, so we have an error here, which is this is register, not login. Okay, so that is working. Now we have to write our register code inside this user control inside the user controller. So that is users controller. So let's do that. Now we'll remove this console and we'll write const username, email and password. We will destructure this from request.body and we'll first have username check equals to await. Okay, we forgot to create the user model, so we'll create the user model first. So that is, first will require mongoose equals to require mongoose. After this we'll create an user schema equals to new mongoose dot schema. We'll pass an object which would have a username of type string. It is required, then minimum length would be of 3 and max would be 20. Will also pass unique to true. Now we'll have the email. Type would be string. We'll copy this required. We'll copy the unique and we'll also copy the max property, and max would be 50. Now let's copy this also. Copy, paste, and this would be password. Okay, so the password type would be string. We need the require, and unique would be removed, and the min property would be 8. So we'll write min, remove the space, and now we'll write is avatar image set. This is for the avatar image. This would be used after the login. So we'll write type boolean and default would be false. So initially when the user is created, no avatar image is set, and we'll set it afterwards. Write type as string and default to this. So we'll store the base64 image inside the MongoDB. Now we'll write module dot exports equals to mongoose dot model. We'll write users and we'll write user schema. Okay, that's it. So schema is created, and now we'll import this inside the users controller. So we'll write const user is equals to require model user model. Also will require the bcrypt from bcrypt library. Bcrypt is used for encryption of the password. So we'll encrypt our password using the bcrypt library. Now let's check if the username is present. So we'll write await user dot find one and we'll pass username. So if the username is present in the database, it will return. If it is not present, then it will return false. So we'll write if username check. If there is a username, then we'll return response.json as message username already used, and we'll also pass a status of false. Now we'll proceed further if there is no username with the username passed by the user. So we'll write const email check equals to await user dot find one email. We'll repeat the process. If the email is present in the database, we want to tell the user email already used. And now if everything is perfect, then we'll hash our password. Hash password is equals to await bcrypt dot hash. Here we'll pass the password and we'll pass the salt value. The salt value is nothing but the type of encryption, so we'll use the 10. And after the password is encrypted, what we'll do is we will use the user.create method to insert the items into the database. So we'll write email, username, and password would be hashed password. Now this returns the user ID and all the information of the user that has been created into the database. So from here we are gonna delete user.password. So we don't need the password from here, and we will return the user object to the user by response.json. Status would be true and we'll pass the user. Now this all should be wrapped inside a try and catch block. So we'll cut this, write try, paste it, and if there is any mistake here or error here, we'll catch it and pass it to the next. We'll check if there is any error. Okay, await is only valid inside async. I'll write async here, and yeah, that's it. So our register functionality is almost complete. Let's move on to register.jsx now. Register.jsx, and we have already destructured the data, and we'll check if data.status triple equals to false. Then we need to pass post.error with data.message and toast options. That's it. And we'll again check if data.status triple equals to true. Then we'll create a local storage dot set item. So before doing this, we'll create an env file for this. Let's skip the env file, we don't need that. So we'll just write here chat app user and we'll pass json dot stringify data.user. So what we'll do is we'll pass the user information to local storage in JSON format. Not JSON format, we'll just stringify this, and whenever we need this, we'll use the json.pass method, and from here we'll remove this confirm password, we don't need that. Then we'll use the navigate method, navigate. Okay, we need to import. Okay, the use navigate is imported, and we'll call it navigate equals to use navigate. Now let's navigate to slash. So what this will do is, if everything is correct, we'll set the user to local storage and navigate to the chat container. So let's test everything. I'll refresh this page, and I have already set up an MongoDB compass. You can install this. So this is a data visualization tool for our MongoDB database. So here, as you can see, that we have this chat. Inside the chat we have the users, and this doesn't have any users here as of now. Let's add a user. First I'll write Kishan, email would be kishan21@gmail.com. I'll write password 111111 confirm the password. I'll create the user. Okay, I think everything is working perfect. Refresh it, and yeah, it is working perfectly, and we are navigated to the chat page. Let's remove the console. Right, console. Okay, so that's it. So our register functionality is completed. Now we'll do the login functionality. We'll create the login functionality. So we will just copy this, all the register component, and paste all of that code here, and we will change this function name to login. This also would be login. Now inside the utils we'll create our new API route. So that would be login route. We'll copy this, paste it, and this would be login here. Name would be login route. Save it, and inside the login.jsx, now we'll make some changes. First, instead of this register route, we'll change this to login route. I'll press Ctrl D to select all the instances of this. Ctrl plus D. Okay, it's been selected, and now I'll change this to login route. Yeah, that's it. So it's completed. Now we only have username and password here in the state. So we'll remove email and confirm password. The toast options would be same. Then we have the handle submit. So inside the handle submit, we will remove this email from here. From here to this would be same. This all code would be same. And now inside this handle validation, we'll make some changes here. So instead of length less than 3, we'll have this username dot length triple equals to blank string. We'll write email and password is required. Email and password is required. We'll remove this else if, and this condition would be changed. This would be password triple equals to blank. We'll remove this confirm password and email import. We'll copy this toes.error and we'll replace it with this. That's it. Now inside the markup, we'll have this as the same. This would be username. We'll add min equals to 3. Username would be same. We don't need this input. We'll remove the confirm password also. This would be login. And we'll write don't have an account, then you should register. Let's test that. Let's head over to login. Yeah, that's it. So login form is ready. Now let's head over to the backend and create the controller for that. So inside the auth controller, or what it was, server controllers, yeah, users controller. So what we'll do is I'll copy this, paste it, and this would be, instead of register, this would be login. And we need username password from request.body. Now we have user is equals to await user dot find one with the username. Now we'll write if not user, write incorrect username or password. Incorrect username or password. Save it, and instead of this we'll remove this and we'll write const is password valid equals to await bcrypt.compare. So what we'll do is we'll compare the password which was sent from the front end and the password which is inside the database. So we'll write password and user.password. This compare method is given by bcrypt. Now it would return an boolean, so we'll check if the password is not valid. Will return incorrect username or password. This should be username. Let's select all the instances by Ctrl D and we'll write username. Now what we'll do is we'll delete password from the user object. Then we'll remove this email check, hash password, and all of this, and we will give the response as JSON, as status as true, and the user. That's it. And now inside the routes we'll create an route. It would be an post route, and this would be login, and this would be login as well. That's it. Let's test this. I'll write Kishan 11111111. Yeah, that's working. Let's do one thing. I'll just write the incorrect username and incorrect password. Okay, so it is giving incorrect username or password. So our validations are working. Let's check the front-end validations. Email and password are required. Email and password are required. So yeah, that's working. Let's head over to register, login, register, login, register. Now what we'll do is, if there is a current user logged in, we will redirect them to the chat page. So I'll show you that inside the local storage we have saved our user. So if there is a user currently in the local storage, then we will be redirected to the chat page. So let's accomplish that. So let's head over to login.jsx, and we have the use effect hook. After all of this, we'll write use effect. We'll pass in a callback function, and this has to run only the first time the component is loaded. So we will pass empty brackets, and inside here we'll write if local storage dot get item, and the key would be the chat app user. If this is present in the local storage, then what we'll do is we'll just navigate to / which is the chat page, and I think we have an error here. Okay, we need to close this bracket, where did we go wrong? Okay, I think we also need a bracket here. Yeah, that's it. Let's check login. Okay, we have been redirected to the chat page. Let's go manually to login. Okay, it's working. It's being redirected to the chat page. Now let's do that for the register as well. I'll copy this and head over to register, and I'll paste it here, and we will try to hit the register route, and yeah, it's not working. So that's it. So our register and login functionality has been completed. Now we will have the chat functionality and the avatar setting. First we'll set the avatar. We'll create the avatar functionality. So we'll add a page here. That would be set avatar.jsx. I'll write RFC to create the component, and inside the app.js, let's define the route. Before this, I'll copy this, paste it, and this would be set avatar. The component would be set avatar. Okay, let's test it. set avatar. Okay, it's there. Now let's head over to set avatar, and we have to do many things here. Let's go to register.jsx, and we are going to copy all of this imports. So we need this. I'll just do one thing. I'll copy all of this, head over to set avatar, paste it, and we'll change according. So we won't be needing link, but we would be needing the use navigate. We need the style, we don't need the logo. And I think we don't need the toast. Let me check. Yeah, we need the toast, so it's correct. Now we also need Axios, and let's have this logo, and instead of this logo we'll write loader here, and this would be loader as well, loader.svg. Then this would be set avatar route, set avatar route. Let's copy this and make the route first. Copy, paste. We will copy this, we'll paste it here, and this would be set avatar. Now inside the set avatar, what should be done next? Okay, so we'll have the API route for the images. So this is API is equals to https://api.multiavatar.com/456789145. That's it. So this is multi-avatar API. It's open source, and it's free, and you just have to pass any random numbers here and it will generate random avatars. So that's very useful. Now we'll write const navigate equals to use navigate. We'll do one thing, we'll create the component first. So the markup for the component, we'll write container is equals to style.dev. Let's replace this with the container, and we'll have the fragments. After this we have the toast container, and we'll wrap this inside an parentheses. Yeah, that's it. Okay, it's still not working, cannot resolve loader.svg. Let's check. Okay, it is in GIF file, so this is in GIF. Yeah, that's it. Now we need to install a dependency named as buffer for the images. So we'll install it. We'll stop the React application and write yarn add buffer. That has been installed. We'll start the application by yarn start. Now instead of this set avatar, we'll have the title container first. This would have an h1. Pick an avatar as your profile picture. After this div, we have avatars div, and this would have avatars.map. So before doing that, we need to fetch the avatars. So let's do that. So here we'll create an state avatars and set avatars is equals to useState. This would be a blank array initially. Then we'll copy this, paste it, and we'll replace this with true, and this would be is loading, and this would be set is loading. So while the avatars are loading, we want to display the loader, so it's for that. Now we'll again copy this, paste it, and we'll write selected avatar. We'll write set selected avatar, and initially this would be undefined. That's it. Now let's copy the toast options from here, paste it, and now we'll have an set profile picture equals to async. We'll leave this function for now. Then we will have an use effect. This would run only once. Now we'll define an data array here. We'll have a loop. This should be for loop because we are calling an API inside of this. So for each doesn't work with APIs. We need to loop this 4 times. Then we'll write const image equals to await axios dot get, and this would be our API, the multi-avatar API. We'll write math dot round, math dot random, and we'll multiply this by 1000. So what this will do is this will generate multiple random numbers and we'll get different image every time. So that's for that. Now we'll define an buffer. This would be new buffer, and the buffer would be the image dot data. Now we'll push the data and we'll write buffer dot toString, and we'll convert this buffer to base 64 string. Now after the loop is completed, we'll set the avatars as the data array, and we'll set is loading to false. Now inside here we'll just map the avatars dot map. We need the avatar and the index. We'll return the markup. This would be avatar, this would be wrapped, okay, this is avatar. What is open here? Okay, we need to close this. Avatar, and we'll just compare it with the selected avatar. Triple equals to index. Then we'll pass the selected class. Selected, or else we don't want to pass any class. Now inside of this we'll have our image. Image source would be, this is gonna be a bit tricky. We'll write data colon image, then we'll write svg plus xml semicolon base 64, we'll write comma, and we'll write the avatar here. So this would treat the base 64 string as image. We'll write avatar as the alternate text. Now what should be done next? Okay, the alt has been given, and we'll give it a on click set selected avatar to the index. We also need to give it a key, so we'll give it a key here as the index. That's it. Okay, we have an error here. What's that? Is this wrapped inside async? Okay, this should be wrapped inside async. I think the images should appear. Okay, we haven't set any height and width for the image. I think because of that it is not appearing. Let's inspect it. Root. We need to refresh this page. Okay, it should be now working. We have an error inside the console. Buffer is not defined. Okay, we need to import the buffer. Import buffer from buffer, and this should work now. Yeah, the image is here. You can see that. We'll just style this now. Let me shrink this. We'll give it a display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, a flex direction of column. We'll provide it a gap of 3 rem. We'll also supply a background color of #131324. Okay, it's working. Let's provide it a height. So now after this, we'll also provide it a width of 100 viewport width. Then we'll select the loader. This is not in the DOM yet. We'll place this, but till then we'll just style this. Then we'll select the title container. We'll select the h1, give it a color of white. Then we'll select the avatars, give it a display of flex, gap of 2 rem. Then we'll select the avatar, give it a border of 0.4 rem solid and transparent. Then let's select the image first and give it a height of 6 rem. Okay, now you can see that properly. Now let's give it a padding of 0.4 rem. This should be 0.4, not 0.4. We'll give it a border radius of 5 rem. We'll give it a display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, and a transition of 0.5 seconds is in out. That's it. Now after this we have the selected. We'll copy this border and just apply a color into this. This should be 4E0 EFF. Okay, the transition is also working. Now we need to have the button. We forgot that. Let's create that button here. So after this div, this one will have the button set as profile picture. We'll also provide it a class name of submit btn. We'll provide it an on-click listener. This should be set profile picture. Yeah, that's it. Now let's head over to login.jsx and copy the styles of the button. We'll use the same here. Copy inside the set avatar. After this selected, after this selected, we'll write the submit btn, paste it, and perfect. Now we need to integrate this. Let me resize this, and what's left is the set profile picture functionality, this function here. First we'll check if selected avatar equals to undefined. We'll supply toast.error and we'll write please select an avatar. We'll provide the toast options here. Okay, let's reload the page and see if it's working. The images will load. Wait for a minute. Okay, the toast is working. Also, we haven't placed the GIF here, the loader GIF. Let's do that. So after this, we'll check if is loading. If it's loading, then we have the container, and inside the container we'll write image. The source would be the loader, alt would be loader, and class name would be loader as well. Loader, and if is loading is false, we need the container div, this one. Let's say load this. Okay, it's here. As soon as the images would be loaded, this would disappear. Okay, why is this not working? Let me reload this. I think we have crossed the limitation for this API. We'll just wait for a minute. Let's do some other task by then. Okay. After this, we have an else block here. In the else, what we will do is we'll call the API. No, first we'll get the user from the local host. We'll write json.parse local storage.get item. Key would be let me check the key from login. Chat app user chat app user. We have the user now, and we'll have the data destructured from the Axios API. Await JSON Axios dot post will have the set avatar route, and will pass the user ID as the query param user dot underscore ID, and the payload would be image avatars of selected avatar. That's it. Let's reload this. I think we crossed the limitation again. Let's wait while it is happening. We'll check if data dot is set, then we'll have user dot is avatar image set equals to true. We'll write user dot avatar image equals to data dot image, and we'll set the local storage dot set item to this key chat app user, and the data would be in the stringified format the user. We will not save this because we need to test our loader. We'll write navigate, and yeah. Okay, let's reload this now. Wait for a few seconds. And yeah, the loader has disappeared and the avatars are here. We can save it now. We'll also write else toast dot error setting avatar, please try again, and we'll pass the toast options. Save it. Now let's head over to the backend and do the stuff. So first we'll head over to the routes, user routes, and here we'll define the route of set avatar. This would be router dot post set avatar, and we have the ID here. We will pass this set avatar. Okay, we will create this inside the users controller first. Copy this, paste it, change the name to set avatar, set avatar. Yeah, that's it. Now let's head over to users controller and we'll do a magic here. So what should be done? Okay, first we'll wrap our code in try catch. Please do not forget to wrap all this code inside try catch. We'll pass the exception to the next. Express will automatically handle that. Now we need the user ID from request.parents.id. Then we need the avatar image from request.body.image. Now we'll have the user data is equals to await user dot find by id and update. So we'll pass the user ID first, then we'll pass the object, which would be is avatar image set, and this would be true, and we'll pass the avatar image. That's it. And after this we'll return response.json. So now we'll send response.json is set to user data dot is avatar image set, and we'll send the image as well. This would be user data dot avatar image. Save it. Now let's test this. Before testing this, I'll just refresh this and show you that our current database entry is avatar image set false and avatar image is empty. Now let's test this. I'm gonna use this set as profile picture. Okay, error setting avatar, please try again. Let's refresh this. Okay, it has been set, but why did it send an error? Is avatar image set? Was any error in the console? No, there wasn't any error. Let's head over to the React component and resolve the issue. If data.is set, let's console the data here, console.log data. I'll open the console. I'll again set as profile picture. Cannot perform a React update on an unmounted component. Okay, it just okay, yeah, the image was set, and here's our console. Yeah, it's working. Why did it give error the first time? I don't know about that. Okay, so is anything left? Yeah, that's it. Okay, we need to do one more thing. Before this, we'll have an use effect hook here. We'll write async. This would be callback function, and this would be run only once. We'll copy this from the register or login. Anything is fine. Copy this and we'll paste it here. Okay, it didn't get copied. Now we'll invert this condition. So if there is no user in the local storage, we'll navigate to the slash. So that's it. Not slash, I think we should navigate to login. I'll head over to set avatar now. Set avatar. Open the console. Let's see if there are any errors. We'll set this. Okay, it has been set and we have been redirected to the chat. Now what I will do is I'll remove this local storage key, and now we'll go to set avatar, see if it's working. Avatar, yeah, we have been redirected to the login page and that is working, and we have successfully completed setting our avatar and the component. So now we'll design the chat container and the chats. So let's proceed further. So now we'll begin our chat section. So let me go to the VS Code and we'll move over to the chat.jsx, and now here we'll do our changes. So the first thing we're going to do is import styled from style components, and we are going to write const I think we'll write a container is equals to styled dot dev. It's in dev. Then we'll replace this with fragments. Yeah, first we need the fragments, and inside the fragments, I think fragment is not required. We can skip that and we'll just write container, and inside the container we have another div. We'll just give it a class name of container. Then we'll create our components here, which are the contacts and the chat container. So we'll do that afterwards. Let's style this container first. So what I'll do is I'll shrink my screen, and we're gonna give it a height of 100 viewport height, a width of 100 viewport width. Then we'll give it a display of flex direction of column, and a justify content of center. We'll also give it a gap of 1 rem. Then we'll give it align items of center, a background color of -131324. Okay, we'll select the container. We'll give it a height of 85 viewport height, a width of 85 viewport width, and the background color for this would be -000000 and 76. Yeah, so the chat container is here. Now let's give it a display of grid template columns. Grid template columns. Okay, it's not coming. Let's erase this, and we'll add grid template columns of 25% and 75%. So what this is, that our chat section is this 75%, and this is our contact section 25%. And we'll also write a media query to make this responsive. Media screen and min width of 720 pixels and max width of 1080 pixels. We'll give it a grid template columns of 35% and 65%. We are making this responsive for tablet mode only. For mobile phones, if you want to do it, you can just copy the media queries. You can change this to 360 to 480 and change the values accordingly. Then it would be responsive for the mobile devices also. Now we'll design our, we should design our contacts first. So let's create a component. We'll create contacts.jsx, and inside contacts, what should we do? I think we should get all the contacts from the database first. So let's make an API for that. So first we'll create an API route. Inside the utils, we'll create export const all users route is equals to $host /API/auth/all users. That's it. Now let me maximize this, and let's head over to user routes. Here we'll first add a route for the contacts. So we'll write an router.get. Make sure this is a get request. This is not a post request, because we are not sending any data. We just want the data. Okay. So make sure of that. Now this would be all users, and we are sending an ID of the current user in the URL itself. So we want all the users, not including our user ID. So that's all. Now let's create a controller, copy this, paste it. We'll rename this to get all users, and in the route we are going to import this get all users. Now let's head over to users controller and we'll write our logic here. So this is going to be very simple. We'll first wrap it inside a try catch block. Make sure all the code is wrapped inside try catch, because in the server side there are sometimes unexpected errors, and if you are not handling it, your server might crash, and we don't want our server to crash. So we'll write const users is equals to await user dot find. So we'll write a query, we'll find all the ID, but we are gonna not select the current ID. So we'll write ne and request dot params dot id. So this will select all the users, but not including our user ID. Then we'll select certain values from it. So we'll use the select function and we'll pass an array. So we need the email, we need the username, then we will need an avatar image, and we also need the ID of the user. So that's it. We are just going to select all of these things. We are doing this because this also contains the password and other fields. We don't want the password to be sent it to the user, so we'll do this, and the unused values. Now we'll write return response.json and we'll write just users. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Now inside the chat.jsx we are going to call this API. Where should we do it first? I think we need to create a state. So we are gonna import use state and use effect. We will also import Axios for API calling. If you don't want to use Axios, you can also use the fetch API provided by JavaScript. Then we'll create an const contacts set contacts is equals to use state, and initially this would be an empty array. And now what we'll do is we will call our API. So we need use effect. We'll just call this once when the component is created. Okay, we have to make this function async, and if okay, let's do one thing. We'll just call this after our current user is loaded. So current user would be get it from the local storage. So we'll write current user, we'll create a state, set current user is equals to use state, and this would be an empty, we'll just make it undefined. Now We'll again use the use effect. You can use as much of use effect as you want. This would be uh, uh, this would get executed in the sequence you have written it. So make sure you follow a correct sequence of the use effects. We'll write async here and we'll just copy the code for this from set avatar. Copy, and first of all, if there is no chat app user in the local storage, we are gonna navigate. So let's import the use navigate hook, use navigate from React router DOM, and let's create a navigate from use navigate. Okay, and this should work now. What is this? Could not find name navigate. Did you mean navigate? Yeah, we meant navigate. Okay, we have a spelling mistake. Navigate. That's it. Now the if condition is there. Now else what we'll do is we'll set the current user await json.parse local storage dot get item chat app user. We'll set the current user from the local storage, and now we want to run this hook whenever we set the current user, and if there is a current user we want to call the API. So current user, then we'll also check if current user dot is avatar image set avatar image set, then we'll write const data is equals to await. I'll just explain this code in a minute. Let me write it first. Axios.get all users route, and we'll write current. Let me remove this. Current user dot underscore ID. That's it, and we'll set contacts to data dot data dot data, and we'll write a else condition here. We should navigate to set avatar. So what this will do is, first we'll check if there is a current user, and if there is a current user it will again check if the current user has set its avatar image. So if it hasn't been set, then we will navigate to the set avatar. So whenever we create a new user, we haven't set any avatar image, so we will be navigated to the set avatar, and then after we set, we come here and we will get all the contacts from here and set the contacts to here. That's it. Now what we will do is we'll create the component by RFC, and inside here we are gonna call that contacts and we are gonna pass that contacts here, Now let's destructure that here in the props, contacts, and what should we do next? Okay, we need the use state and use effect. Use state, use effect. I think we don't need an use effect. We'll just pass the current user. Current user is equals to current user from here. We'll copy this and we'll destructure it along the contacts. Now we will need the styled, and we are gonna import logo from assets and logo.svg. Now let me sharing this again so you can see the markup. Is the contacts visible? Yeah, we have the contacts here, you can see that. Now let's have it. So what should we do first? We need the use effect hook here for the image and all. So we'll write use effect. We want to run this function whenever the current user is changed, and we'll make some state. So first is current user name and set current user name is equals to use state, and this would be undefined as at first. Then we have current user image, set current user image. This will also be undefined first, and then we'll also create an current selected. So whenever we select on any chat, it will be selected. So we'll write current selected set current selected is equals to use state undefined. So initially there won't be selected any of the chat. Now we'll use the use effect. We have already written it, and inside here we'll have the first we'll check the current user. If there is a current user, we'll set current user image as current user dot avatar image. Then we'll also set current user name as current user dot username. That's it. So after the use effect, we will also create a change current chat equals to index and contact. We'll leave this function for now. I'll explain you this afterwards, why have we written this. And now we'll create a container. Const container is equals to styled dot dev. Now what should we do next? Okay, we are gonna write a fragment here first. After that, we'll conditionally render our component First we will check if there is current user image and current user name, and if this criteria is met, we want to render our container. First we have the brand, in that we have our image. This would be logo. Alternate text would be logo. We'll write the name of our application, which is Snappy. And after this we'll have our contacts. So we'll use contacts.map. We need the contact and we need the index. We'll write an arrow function. We'll return the JSX markup. First, this is an div with a contact. Then let's give it a key first. Key would be index. And let's convert the class name to dynamic. This would be contact, and we will also pass and selected if the current index triple equals to current selected, then we need to pass the selected, or we don't want to pass anything. That's it. Now inside this div we have an avatar. Inside avatar we have an img source. We are going to copy this source from set avatar. We have already written this here, this one. I'll just copy this and paste inside here. This would be contact dot avatar image. That's it. Contact dot avatar image. Yeah, that's it. Now after this we have an username. We'll write h3 inside here, contact dot username. So our map method is complete now, and after this map method we have the current user. So we'll write current user inside current user we have the avatar. We'll paste the image. First we need to write, let's copy it from here. These both are same only. We just need to change this to h2, and this would be current username, and here we'll just change this to current user image. Okay, that's it. Let's reload this. Okay, our content is not coming. We need to style this, I think. Let's style this. We will first write display of grid, a grid template columns of 10%, 75% and a 15%, and we are going to give it an overflow of hidden, and we'll provide a background color of 080420, This isn't coming. Why is that? Let me see if there are any errors. No, there aren't any errors. Our container is empty here. Why is that? Okay, we'll save this. Yeah, we have our content here. Let's style this. First we'll select the brand, give it a display of flex, align items of center, justify content of center and a gap of 1 rem. We'll select the image and give it a height of 2 rem. And we'll select the h3, we'll give it a color of white. Okay, and the text transform of uppercase. Where did the image go? I think we need to style this first so it would appear properly. Then we have the contacts. Give it a display of flex, flex direction of column, align items of, not align content, align items of center, and an overflow of auto. We want the contacts to be scrollable. Then we'll give it a gap of 0.8 rem. Why it's not here? Let's select the contact. We'll give it a background color of hash #ff and 39. Let's check if there are any contacts. Let's install the React developer tools. Okay, I cannot add extensions in incognito. I'll copy this and let's not do that, and we'll just console the contacts in the use effect. Console.log contacts. Okay, we are getting an empty array. Why is that? Don't we have any other user in the database? Let's create a user. We'll open localhost colon 3000, and yeah, we need to open this in any other browser. So I have created more users here, as you can see, and now we have some issues. First, we wrote here grid template columns. Instead of columns, we will write grid template rows. Okay, and we are not getting any images back from the users controller. So here, yeah, we made a mistake. Avatar user avatar image. Let's reload this. Okay, the images are here. That's it. Now let's style this further again. Contacts. Let me shrink this. Background color, and we'll give it a min height of 0.5 rem, and we'll give it a width of 90%. Now we need to fix the image. We'll select avatar, we'll select image, and we'll give it a height of 3 rem. Yeah, it's fixed. Now Inside the avatar again, not inside the avatar, inside the contact, we'll give it a cursor of pointer. We'll give it a border radius of 0.2 rem. We'll give it a padding of 0.4 rem. 0.4 rem. We will also give it a gap of 1 rem, and we'll align items of center. Did we give it a display of flex? No, we have to give it a display of flex. Yeah, it's working now. And we will also give it a transition of 0.5 seconds is in out. So whenever we select any other contact, we will have a smooth transition. Now after the avatar, we have the username dot username, and we'll select the h3 and give it a color of white. That's it. And now after leaving 3 brackets here, we'll write the selected and give it a background color of 9A86F3, and after leaving 2 brackets again, we'll write current user. We'll give it a background color of 0D0 D30, and we'll give it a display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, gap of 2 rem, and we'll select the avatar, select the image, give it a height of 4 rem, and we'll also give it a max inline size of 100%. After avatar, we'll select the username, select h2 and give it a color of white. There should be color. Why it is not working? Username, h2 color. Let's give it a display of none. Okay, it's working, and we don't have an h2 inside. We have an h1. This needs to be h2. h2. Yeah, that's all. So this is also styled, but we are gonna make it responsive also. So we'll write media. Let's copy the media query from chat.jsx. We'll copy this media query, paste it, and we'll give it a gap of 0.5 rem, and we'll select the username, select the h2 and give it a font size of 1 rem. That's it. So this is also responsive now. Now we have to style here the scroll bar. Because there are no more users, we don't have the scroll bar. Let's do one thing. I'll just copy this contacts here, paste it again. So we have the scroll bar now, and we are going to style the scroll bar. It doesn't look good here. So inside the contacts, we'll write pseudo selector webkit scroll bar, and here we'll give it a width of 0.2 rem. This is 0.2 rem, and there are only 2 columns here. Then we'll select ampersand thumb, then we'll give it a background color of this one, and we'll give it a width of 0.1 rem. Also we'll give it a border radius of 1 rem. Yeah, that's it. So it's looking good. Now we want to implement when we select that functionality. So we'll head over to chat.jsx first, and inside here we'll create a function handle chat change. Here we'll write const handle chat change equals to chat, and we'll write set current chat. For that we need to make an hook of use state. So we'll write current chat and set current chat is equals to use state, and this would be undefined first, and after that if we have any chat we'll write set current chat equals to chat. That's it, and we are going to pass this function as a prop to this contacts component. So we'll write change chat equals to handle chat change. We'll copy this and save this and go to contacts. We'll destructure this here at the top in the props. Now we had written this function chat change current chat, so we are gonna use that now. So whenever we click on any chat we will have this function and we'll change the current chat. So we'll write set current selected as the index and change chat to contact. That's it. Now let's select any of this. Okay, it's not working. Why is that? Let's see if the classes are applied properly for the selected. No, when we click over this there are no classes being applied. So did we pass the function? No, we didn't pass the function here. So on click arrow function and we'll call the change current chat, will pass index and contact. That's it. Now let's select. Yeah, the animation is also working and it is being selected. Now we are gonna remove the other map method we used, this one, and we are gonna remove a console that we wrote, this one. That's it. So our contact section is ready. Now we'll create a welcome screen here if there are no contacts selected, and if there are contacts selected then we'll show the chat container. So let's do that. So now we'll create a new component named as welcome.jsx. We'll write welcome.jsx and we'll write RFC. Here we will destructure the user. We'll pass this from the chat. So let's first input the welcome.jsx, and now here we'll pass the current user. Let's copy this. This would be current user. Copy this, and inside here we'll change this to current user. Now we'll import styled. We'll just write styled. Now we'll import the robot chef. So we'll write robot from assets and robot.gif. Now here we'll create const container is equals to style.div. We'll replace this with the container And here first we'll have the image source as the robot. We'll just give the alternate text to robot, and after this image we'll write an h1 which will have welcome, and then we'll write span, and this would have the JSX as the current user dot username, current user dot username, and we'll write an exclamation mark. Then after this h1 we'll write h3, and we'll write please select a chat to start messaging. Now let me shrink this so you can see that is the content here. This is the container. Then we have this first div. Yeah, we have the first div but not the second div. Okay, we forgot to save it, and yeah, it's here now. Let's close this. Let me shrink this again, and let's head over to welcome.jsx, and inside here welcome will now style this. So first we'll give it a display of flex and justify content of center, align items of center, not align content, align items of. Let me remove this and write it again. Why is this happening? Why? Align items of center, flex direction of column, and a gap of, no, gap is not needed. We'll just give it a color of white, and after this we'll select the image, we'll give it the height of 20 rem, and we'll select the span and give it a color of hash 4E0 EFF. That's it, and yeah, it's looking beautiful. Now whenever we select any of the chat, this is gonna be hidden, and the other component would load, the chat component. So let's do that functionality now. So let's create a new component named as chat container .jsx, write RFC, and now inside the chat.jsx will conditionally render both of this component. So the condition would be the current chat triple equals to undefined. If it is undefined, we want to render the welcome, or if not undefined, we'll have the chat container. We'll also pass the current user inside the chat container. Okay, let me refresh this. So after refreshing we have an error. Let's solve that. Cannot read properties of undefined username. Welcome.jsx username. So I think this is being loaded before our use effect hook. So let's do one thing. We'll just create an is loaded, const is loaded. We'll write set is loaded is equals to use state, and this would be false. And after our current user is set, we'll also set current set is loaded to true, and we'll use this here. First we'll check if is loaded and end. Okay, that's it. Okay, the error is gone and it is working again. So whenever we select this chat, we have this chat container. Now let's style that. So what should be done here? We will have three sections here. First is the header, then we have the chat container itself, and we have the chat input at the end. So the main logic of our chat application will come here. So let's import styled. Let's create a container is equals to styled dot div. This would be container, and inside here we'll write chat header. Inside the chat header we will have user details. Inside the user details we will have the avatar. Inside the avatar we will have the image, and then we will have the username, which would be an h3. So I think we forgot to send or destructure. Yeah, we have sent the current user. Let's destructure that. Current user, we need to destructure this current user, and here we'll write current user dot username. And for the image, first we are going to copy that from contacts.jsx, current user image. Let's head over to here. We'll replace this with current user dot avatar image. Okay, this doesn't has to be current user. We have to send the selected chat. So what? Okay, current chat, and this would be current chat. Copy this, and inside the chat container we'll select all the instances and replace it with current chat. Now after this username, so the chat header is complete. We will also add an logout component here. We'll do that afterwards. We'll first create the chat messages. This would be empty as of now, and after that we'll have in chat input. So let's write chat input. We'll replace this with the custom components. We are just using this for styling as of now. And now I'll just shrink the screen. This is not coming. Okay, undefined of avatar image. Let's go to chat.jsx and we'll check we'll first check that if current chat is selected. We only want to render this after the current chat. This has to work because we have written the undefined here. So let's remove this. Cannot read properties undefined, reading avatar image. So what props are being sent? Let's go to chat container and console current chat. We are getting undefined because not any of the chat is selected. Let's write a condition here. If there is a current chat and then this would be there. We'll wrap this component inside a fragment. Let's wrap it inside a fragment. We missed something, so this is this. Okay, the bracket should come before this. Yeah, that's it. And this is working again. Now when we select this, yeah, it is working perfectly. Let's remove these console and let's style this. So let's head over to chat container, and this container would have the padding top of 1 rem. Then let's select the chat header first. Chat header, display of flex, justify content of space between. Then we'll give it a align items of center, a padding of 0 and 2 rem. After that we'll select the user details. We'll give it a display of flex, align items of center, a gap of 1 rem. We'll select avatar, select the image inside it. We'll give it a height of 3 rem. Okay, this is that. And now we'll select the username h3 and we'll give it a color of white. This should be color, yeah, it is here. Okay, so without proceeding further, we'll just complete this chat header. We'll have the logout button here now. So for logout, we'll create another component, and that would be logout.jsx. So let's create new component, logout.jsx. Write RFC here, head over to chat container, and we'll import this. After this username, not username, user details, I'll write log out, save it, and inside the logout, what we will do is let's install React icons. For this we'll need an icon, so I'll write yarn add React icons. Now let's start our application again, yarn start. Let's close this, and we are gonna import the use navigate hook. Then we are gonna import styled. We will need Axios, where we'll import bi power off from React icons. This is import, this is React icons, and this would be from bi. Now everything is here. So first we will create const navigate is equals to use navigate, and we'll create a function const handle click is equals to async, and this would be okay. We'll just have local storage dot clear here, and we'll navigate to login. That's it, and this would be here, and bi power off, they would be replaced by a button. So we'll write const button is equals to styled dot button. Let's replace this div with a button, and now we have the button here. Let's style the button. So first we'll give it a display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, not align content, align items of center, padding of 0.5 rem, this should be 0.5 rem. We'll also provide it a border radius of 0.5 rem. We'll provide it a background color of 9A86F3. We'll give it a border of none. We'll give it a cursor of pointer. Then we'll select the SVG inside it, and we'll give it a font size of 1.3 rem. Then we'll select the color. We'll select EBE7FF. Yeah, that's it. So it is styled, and now let's click this and the logout will work. It's not working. Okay, we need to pass the onClick method here. OnClick will handle the click. This should work now. Yeah, it's working. Now let's go to chat page. Let's go to set avatar. Okay, we have not written the condition of if the user is set, then only proceed further. In the chat page we have to do that, but in the set avatar it is working. So let's do that for the chat. Let's copy that from the set avatar, the use effect hook. Copy this, and inside the chat.jsx this would be executed. Okay, we have written this local storage dot get item chat app user. Then why it is not working? This should work. Let's alert here if alert else. Let's head over to chat. Okay, so we haven't written this chat route. This is slash route. The functionality is working, but I made a mistake for the route. Sorry for that. Okay, so one. Okay, so this is working now. Now we will design the chat container and chat input. So now we'll design the chat input first before designing the chat section. So let's create a new component. This would be chat input dot .jsx. Okay, chat input dot .jsx. All right, RFC here. Let's head over to the chat container and import the chat input here. So chat container, this chat input would be replaced by chat input. This would be self-closing. Here we'll write handle send message equals to handle send message equals to handle send message. We are going to create this method here, const handle send message. This would be message. And do we need any other parameters here? I'm not sure about that. So let me check that. No, this is enough, and this would be async function. So let's head over to chat input and design this. Chat input will import the styled from style components, and we are going to install a new component, not a component, a library, which is emoji picker react. So I'll write yarn add emoji picker react. Let's wait for this to install. Okay, so we'll now start the application. Yarn start. We have imported the style, and now we'll also import the picker. We'll write import picker from emoji picker react. Now we'll also import some icons, which are import from react icons IO, and this should be IOMD send. We'll copy this, paste it, and this would be from BS package, and this would be BS emoji smile, BS emoji smile fill. Yeah, that's it. So everything is imported. We also need the use state, that's it. Now let's create a container is equals to styled dot dev. Replace this with container, and inside here we'll have the button container. This would be emoji. This would be BS emoji smile fill, and that's it. We'll place the emoji picker afterwards. Now let's have the form. We don't need any action. We'll give it a class name as input container. So what we'll do is we'll first style this, and then after styling we will have the functionality. So we'll first style this. Type your message here. After the input we have a button with a class of submit, and inside that we'll write the IOMD send. That's it. So this is here. Yeah, this is here. So let's style this. So before doing that, we'll create a new component message is.jsx and will place this messages inside the chat container. We'll remove this and we'll write chat messages. We need to create the component RFC chat container messages. Let's head over to messages. That's it. We'll import styled. We'll write const container is equals to style.dev. We'll replace the container. Now let's give it the height of 100%. Replace this container now our chat input is not here. Where did it go? Let's give it a height of 80%. That's it for now. Let's style the chat input now. So first we'll give it a display of grid template columns of 5% and a 95%. This would be grid template columns. Then we'll write align items of center. We'll give it a background color of #080420 and we'll give it a padding of 0 and 2 rem. We'll also give it a padding bottom of 0.3 rem. Now we will do the button container. We'll select the button container, give it a display of flex, align items of center. We'll give it a color of white. We'll give it a gap of 1 rem. We'll select the emoji. We'll give it a position. No, position is not needed, I think. We'll give it a SVG. Yeah, position of relative is needed. I'll explain this afterwards. We'll write font size of 1.5 rem. We'll give it a color of FFFF00C8, not C7, C8. We'll also give it a cursor of pointer. Okay, so the emoji is here. So after this, we'll write the input container. We'll give it a width of 100%, not 100%, we'll give it a 90% width. We'll give it a height of 60%. We'll give it a background color of transparent. Okay, so this is for the input. Let's remove all of this. This would be 100% only. Remove the height. We'll give it a border radius 2 rem, display of flex, align items center, and we'll give it a gap of 2 rem, and we'll give it a background color of FF and 34. It is here. We'll select the input now, give it a width of 90% and a height of 60%. We'll give it a background color of transparent. You get a color of white. You get a border of none. This is white. Border none. Padding left of 1 rem. We'll give it a font size of 1.2 rem. Then we'll select the pseudo selection, and background color would be 9A86F3, and whenever we focus upon this, we don't want any outline. Now this is done. Now we'll select the button. First we'll give it a padding of 0.3 rem and 2 rem. Then we will give it a border radius of 2 rem. Give it a display of, okay, made some mistakes. Display of flex, justify content of center, and align items of center. We'll give it a background color of 9A86F3, and after that we will also give it a border of none. Now let's select the SVG inside and give it a font size of 2 rem and a color of white. Okay, that is perfect. Now there is something wrong with this. The height is not perfect. Why is that? Let's give it a height of 100% to check. Height 100%. Okay, it has exceeded. Let's give it a height of 20%. Okay, let's leave this for now. We'll fix it afterwards. I think it will be fixed when we have this chat messages, because it's working on the grid template rules. Okay, so let's remove this height, and this would work surely. Now let's have the emoji picker. So for that, I think we have to create a state for showing and not showing. Yeah, we will create a state const show emoji picker and set show emoji picker is equals to use state. Initially it would be false. Why there are errors here? Const expression. Okay, this is inside return. It should be here. Now we'll also create const message is equals and set message is equals to use state. This would be an empty string. Now we need a two methods. We'll first have const handle emoji picker hide show equals to arrow function, and we'll set show emoji picker to true. Not true, we'll just revert the condition. So show emoji picker, so it will hide and show. So on click of this, we will call handle emoji picker hide show, and will conditionally render show emoji picker. If it is true, then we will also render the picker yeah, it is here now. We need to style this and make it to the top here, but it is working as of now. Let's also add an on click listener to this. On emoji click, we will have the handle emoji click. We will copy this and create const handle emoji click is equals to, we will have the event and emoji here. Now we'll have the let message equals to message from the state, and we'll have message plus equals to emoji dot emoji, and we'll set message as message. That's it. And now let's set message also. So this text, the value would be message, and on change we need event arrow function, and we'll write set message e.target.value. Okay, that's it. That should work. What's the error? Unexpected an assignment or function call, line number 16. Okay, there should be plus equals to. We need to make this appear at first here, so let's do that. Inside the emoji, after this svg, we'll write emoji picker react. We'll give it a position of absolute. We'll give it a top of minus 350 pixels. It should be visible now. Yeah, this is visible, and emojis are being added but not shown here. Why is that? Let's check the state. What is inside this? Components, chat input, let's select this only. Chat input, div and form, what mistake did we made? Let's console the emoji. Console.log emoji, and where is this error coming from? Let's reload it. We'll click on emoji. So emoji is working now. Okay, we need to refresh the page for the libraries to load. It's working perfectly. You can see that. Now let's remove this console.log and we will style this as our theme. So let's move on to here. Emoji pick React. We'll give it a background color. Let me shrink this so you can see it. Background color of #080420. Then we'll give it a box shadow, not box sizing, box shadow of 0, 5 pixels and 10 pixels, and we'll provide the color as 9A86F3. Now we will also give it a border color of 9A86F3. Then we will select the emoji scroll wrapper. Let's first select the emoji categories. Emoji categories. Select the button. We'll give it a filter of contrast 0. Then after this categories, we'll select emoji search. Background color would be transparent and border color would be the purple color. Then after the emoji search, we have emoji group, and there is a pseudo selector before here. We'll give it a background color of 808420. That's it. So this is almost styled. We just have to style the scroll bar now. Let's style the scroll bar. That should be inside here, and we'll write emoji scroll wrapper WebKit scroll bar. We'll remove the extra columns from here. We just need 2 columns, and here we'll give it a background color of this and width of 5 pixels. We'll select the thumb. We'll give it a background color of 9A, this purple. Yeah, it is visible and this is looking great. Let's close this, and now we'll have this send chat button. So first we will have const send chat. Let me maximize this. Send chat is equals to event.prevent default. So after this prevent default, we'll select if message.length greater than 0, then we'll have handle send message. This would be a prop that would be passed from the parent component, and we'll set message as an empty string. Let's go to the chat container, and we have created handle send message. We also had sent that. We just need to destructure that here, and send chat would be here in the input container on submit. Is this on submit? I'm not sure. Yeah, on submit. On submit, we will have an event and we will send chat and pass that event. That's it. Also, I think, yeah, we have given this a submit. Let's test it. Yeah, the component is not reloading now and this is completed. So now let's head over to this chat container and use this handle send message. First we'll just alert this alert message. Okay, it is coming here. Now we will integrate this message with backend. Whenever we hit enter, we will send this message to the user. So we will store this in the backend. We are not implementing sockets now. We'll implement the sockets in the end. So now we'll send this chat to the database. So before doing that, we will create the models and routes and API. So let's create the model first. So let's head over to this backend and we'll create a new model, which is message model.js, and inside the message model we'll just copy this. Let's copy all of this inside message model, save it. We change this to message schema, and we'll just change this to message schema, and this would be messages. Now we'll remove all of this and here first we'll pass a message that would be in text and that would be type of string. We'll have required as true. After this text we have an users array. After that we will have the sender. This would be type of mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and the reference would be the users not users. User will have this required as true, and after this sender and this message, I think we have to write the timestamps. We'll create another object and write timestamps to true. I think we have an error here, and what is that? We'll wrap this into an object. Why did we go wrong? This message, and this is the parentheses. Okay, this parentheses should be here. Then we have the users. This is correct. Okay, we'll close this here, and we don't want this. Yeah, that's correct. So our message schema is ready. Now let's head over to the no, we have to create a new route file which is messages route.js, and we'll just copy all of this, paste it, we'll remove this and remove, no, we're not gonna remove, just create the messages controller, messages controller.js, go to users controller, we'll copy this, go to messages controller, and this would be module.export.send message. Is this send message? Okay, not send message, we'll write add message because we are adding it to the database, and we'll also write an get message here, get all message. Now let's head over to messages routes, and here we'll add both the route. This would be from the messages controller, and this would be add message, and this would be get messages, get all message. This would be add message, and this would be get message. That's it. And now we are gonna import this router into the index.js file as we did here. We are gonna have the name as API/messages instead of auth, message API/messages, and instead of user routes we'll write message route. Okay, we need to import it, it will not auto import. This would be message route, and we'll rename this to message route. This would be here the message route. Okay, so this is set up. Now let's have the controller. We'll have the add message here, so we'll add the message into the database. So for that we'll wrap this into try catch as usual. Next we'll pass the, so this is not next, this is exception. We'll pass the exception to the next. Inside the try we'll have the const from to and message from request.body. This is request.body, and we'll just create messages.create messages, message model.create, we'll pass message as text, then we will have the users array from and to. The sequence is not important, but we'll write the sender from. This is important, so it is created. Now if it is created, we'll return response.json as message added successfully, and if not we'll return fail to add message to the database, fail to add message to the database. That's it. So our add message API is complete. Now let's integrate this inside the chat container. Yeah, inside the chat container. So first we'll create an API route. So let's head over to API routes, and here we'll export const send message route equals to host slash messages. So this would be first API messages, and we'll write add message. That's it. Now let's head over to chat container and we'll do a magic here. So first we'll import Axios, and we'll have the send message route. That's it. Now inside the handle send message, we'll remove this alert, and we'll also pass inside from the chat.jsx, we'll pass the current user. So we are passing the current chat, and we'll pass the current user is equals to current user. We'll copy this, save it, and inside the chat container we'll destructure the current user. Now what we will do is we'll await axios.post send message route. From would be current user dot underscore id, and to would be current chat dot underscore id, and the message would be the message received from the input container. Message would be message. That's it. Let's check the database. I'll refresh this. So this is the message model, and we don't have any message here currently. I hope it works. Right. Hello Harvey. Send, refresh, and yeah, it is here. So let's check the text. Hello Harvey. So this has been added to the database. So our message sending functionality is complete. This is not the socket. Socket would be implemented at the end. Now we will have the message container and get all the messages. So let's do that. So now we are inside the chat input, and first we will create the API to get all the messages from the current user and the current chat user. So we'll head over to the messages controller, and we'll fetch all the messages from the database. So we have get all messages, and we'll wrap it in try catch, exception, next exception, and inside the try we'll just destructure from and to from request dot body, and now we'll write const messages equals to await messages, not messages, message model dot find, and we'll pass the users, and we'll pass the all operator, we'll pass from and to here. So it will get all the messages from these both user, and we'll sort them with the updated at property, updated at 1. Okay, that's done. Now we'll create an projected messages is equals to messages dot map will get all the message and return if it's from self. So we'll write from self is equals to message dot sender dot toString. So this sender is ID, so we'll convert it to the ID on the string format and compare it with from, and if it is from the current user, then we'll write from self is equals to true, and we'll give the message as message dot text. If you are unable to understand this would be understood when we are creating the front end. Then we'll return response.json projected messages. That's it. So let's check if we have written the route, user message route. Yeah, we have written get message route. So let's head over to API routes and export const get all messages route is equals to $host /API/messages/get message. Okay, that's it. Now let's head over to chat container, and inside the chat container we have created this messages component. So we are gonna delete this for now, and we are gonna write chat messages here, chat messages, and here first what should we do? Yeah, whenever we'll write an use effect here, Axios use state and use effect. So here we'll write an use effect, and this would be an async function. We want this to run whenever the current chat is changed. So whenever the current chat is changed, we want to fetch the chat of the current user and the current chat user. So what we'll do is we'll write const response is equals to await axios.post. We'll write we'll write get all message route, and we'll write from as current user dot underscore id, and we'll write to as current chat dot underscore id, and we'll set this messages. So we'll have to create the state for that. So messages and set messages is equals to use state. Initially this would be an empty array, and we'll write set messages as response dot data. That's it. So our use effect is ready. Now we'll map this chat inside the chat messages. Here, where did it go? Yeah, here. So we'll write messages dot map. We will have the message, and we will return the JSX markup. So first we will have an div. Inside that we have div with class name this would be dynamic, so we'll write this, and the class name would be message. Now this would be if the message dot from self is true, then we will add the class sended, or we will add the class received. That's it. I think we have some error. Yeah, we have the error here. Now after this, inside the div, we'll write content and we'll use the p as message dot message. This should be inside the curly braces. Okay, I think we have an error here. Where is this error coming from? And this is ended, this is ended. Okay, that's correct now. Now after this it is complete. I think we would have the message. Yeah, we have all the messages. You can see that we have all the chat message here. Now we have to style this. So here at the end, what we will do is we'll write chat messages. We'll give it a padding of 1 rem and 2 rem. Let me shrink this so you can see that. We'll give it a display of flex direction of column, and a gap of 1 rem. We'll also provide overflow of auto. Then we'll select the message and we'll give it a display of flex and an align items of center. Now let's select the content inside it. We'll give it a max width of 40% and an overflow wrap of break word. We'll give it a padding of 1 rem. Also we'll give it a font size of 1.1 rem. We'll give it a border radius of 1 rem. We'll give it a border, no, not the border, we'll just provide a color of hash d1 d1 d1. So the chat is visible now. After this, we'll select the sended. No, inside this we'll select the sended and we'll write justify content flex end, and we'll select the content and give it a background color of 4F04 FF21, and for the received RECIVED we'll write justify content flex start. We'll select the content, give it a background color of hash 9900 FF20, and yeah, it's visible. Let's write some chat. What about you? I am good too. Let's write an emoji here and send it, and Let's close this and refresh this. So we would have the chat here. Yeah, we have this chat. Now let's fix this. So I don't know why it is coming. Let's check that. Okay, so I have found the issue. We'll give it a display of grid, a grid template columns, no, grid template rows of 10%, 78% and a 12%. Okay, that's fixed. Now we'll also give it a gap of 0.1 rem and we'll supply overflow gap, overflow of hidden. That's it. Now let's grab the media query from the chat. Let's grab this, paste it, and we'll write grid template rows of 15%, 70% and 15% again. Now all that is left to fix is this. We have to fix this chat input. Let's see what's the issue there. So for that we need to go into the chat input and where was the input? Okay, width. Let's remove this height. Okay, that's fixed. Let's send any message. Hello, send, refresh, select Harvey. Yeah, the message is sent. So all of the UI is ready. We just have to implement the sockets now for the one-to-one chat. So we don't have to refresh the page, and as soon as we send the chat, it will be received here. So let's do that. Now let's head over to the backend and set up the sockets. So let's head over to index.js and here first we'll install the socket.io. So let's drop the backend and install yarn add socket.io. Now let's start the server again, yarn start, close this, and inside the index.js first we'll require the socket above here, const socket is equals to require socket.io. And now what we will do is at the end of our page, sorry, I changed the page here. At the end, after we have created the server, we write const io is equals to socket. We'll pass the server object here and we'll write course and we'll write our origin. So in our case, our origin is http localhost colon 3000, and this is a single colon and 2 double slash. So we have to provide an origin. If you have any different origin, you have to provide it here. Then we will write credentials 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 true. So our IO is ready. Now we'll create a Node.js global object, global.onlineusers is equals to new map. We'll store all of our online users inside this map. And I will write io.on connection will get the socket inside the callback function, and now we'll write global.chatSocket equals to socket. Now we'll write socket dot on add user. Will require the user ID from it, and will set online users dot set the user ID and the socket ID. Socket dot ID. That's it. And now whenever we have the socket dot on send message, we'll grab the data, we'll write const send user socket is equals to online users dot get, and we'll write data dot to. And if the user is online, if send user socket, if the user is online, we'll write socket dot to send user socket dot emit message receive RECIEVE, and we'll write data dot message. So what we have written here is, first we had the connection, and whenever there is a connection we'll store the chat socket inside the global chat socket. And now whenever we emit add user from the front end, whenever the user is logged in, we'll establish a socket connection by add user. So we'll grab the user ID and the current socket ID, and we'll set it inside the map. Now whenever there is an send message socket event emitted, so what we'll do is, whenever it is emitted, we have passed data, so this data would have the to and the message. So first we'll check if the a message that has to be sent to the user is online from the online users. We'll check it. If it is online, then we will emit the message to that user by the message receive event. So if the user won't be online, then it would be stored in the database, and if he is online, that would be stored in the database, plus he will receive the message at that moment only. So that is done. So our server side is complete. Now let's head over to chat.jsx and we'll establish a new socket connection there for every user who has been logged in. So for this we need to install the socket.io client library. So I'll write yarn add socket.io/client, socket.io, not slash, we'll write socket.io hyphen client, hit enter. Wait for the package to be installed. Okay, it's installed. We'll start the server by yarn start. Let's close this, and we are gonna import the IO from socket. Import IO from socket IO client. That's it. Now what we will do is, we'll use the useref hook, useref, and we'll create a const socket is equals to useref, and what we will do is, as soon as we have the current user, we'll have the use effect after this. As soon as the current user is changed, we want this to be run. So we'll check if there is a current user. If there is a current user, we'll write socket dot current equals to IO, and we'll pass the host here. We need to import the host, I think. Yeah, we need to import the host from the route. We'll write here host, and we also need to export it. So we'll write export const host. Let's head over to chat.jsx, and we have established the connection now. Now what we will do is we'll write socket.current.emit add user, and we'll provide the current user dot underscore id. So we'll pass the current user id whenever the current user is logged in. So we'll add it to the global map that we set up in the backend. So that's it. Now what we will do is we'll pass this socket ref to the chat container here, socket. Okay, we have passed that. Now let's destructure that in chat container. We'll write socket here, and inside the chat container what we will do is, first of all, whenever we send the message, we'll also emit an event which is socket.current.emit send message, and this would be to current chat dot underscore id. Then from would be current user dot underscore id, and we'll set the message as message. Also we'll do one thing, we'll have const messages is equals to destructures the current messages array. And now what we'll do is we'll push the message which has sent by the current user to the messages array like this, from self as true and message as message, and we'll set this to the current state as set messages. Yeah, that's it. Now we will also create another use effect. This would be run where, at the first time whenever the component is loaded, and if we have socket.current, if it's not undefined, we'll write socket.current.on message receive. So we'll write the message receive event here, message receive. Let's copy this event from the backend so we don't make any mistakes inside the backend. Yeah, that's the same. Now let's head over to chat container, message receive event, and we need the message here. We'll write set arrival message. So I think we haven't created an arrival message hook. We need to create that state. So we'll write const arrival message is equals to set arrival message is equals to use state, and we'll pass it as, I think we should pass this as null. Now at the end here we'll use that set arrival message, and we'll write what should we write? We'll write from self as false because it isn't received message, and we'll give it a message of message. That's it. Now we'll use another use effect, This would this would run every time when there is a new arrival message. And what we'll do is we'll grab the arrival message and set messages. We'll grab the previous messages. So now we'll have this array, we'll destructure the not destructure, we'll spread it and we'll have the arrival message here. Okay, that's it. And we'll also have an use effect here. This would be scroll ref. We haven't set up the scroll ref, we'll set up it. Scroll ref of current dot scroll into view, scroll into view, and we'll write behavior as smooth. I'll explain this what it is. So let us set up the scroll ref. So we'll write scroll ref is equals to use ref, and yeah, this should be run every time there are changes in the messages. So we'll pass the dependency as messages. So what this ref will do is it will scroll into the view the new messages. So it will have that animation effect. Let's test it. Okay, scroll ref is not defined. We did write it, scroll ref. Okay, this should be const. Hi. It's not working. Okay, it's here. Hello. Still not working. Let's do one thing. Alright, hello again. Hello. Let's refresh this. It is working, but I think socket events are not working. We have multiple errors here. WebSocket connection to WS localhost 300 failed. Let's reload it. Cannot read properties of undefined. Let me fix this error. Okay, so I have found this error. This should be solved by here. We'll write an if condition here. We'll write current chat, and if there is current chat, then only do this. Let's refresh it, and yeah, it's okay. Now we'll remove this import, and we are gonna import a new package which is UUID. So I'll write yarn add UUID. This will generate unique IDs for the messages. Let's wait for it to install. It installed. Now yarn start. Let's close this. We'll import it here. Import v4 as UUID v4 from UUID, and what we will do is here on this div, first we'll give it a ref of school ref, and we'll give it a key of UUID v4, and we'll call that function. Let's refresh it. Okay, what error do we have now? scrollRef.scroll into view is not a function. Scroll into view. Okay. Scroll into view. That's correct. Now let's write any message. So we have this error, message.push is not message.push. So that should be from here, handle send message. This should be messages.push. Now we'll write hey there again. And yeah, it is here. Now let's see if it has arrived here. Okay, it is here. Now let's write something here. Hey there, hello. Okay, the message is here, but it is blank. So what is the issue here? We need to solve it. Let's see if there are any errors in the console. No, there aren't any errors in the console. So we have this message receive, message, and I think we should console the message. From here we'll write console.log message, and let's send a message. Hey Kishan. Okay, so we received a null message. Why is that? Message is a null message. Message received, and we sent a message. Let's head over to server to check if everything is working here. We have the send message. So first we'll write console.log send message, and we'll write this data, and here we'll write console. No, we don't need to write this. We'll just write this. Open the console and we'll send any message. Hello. Okay, send message to from and message. So I think we have to write here data.message message. Let's remove this console and now check if it's work. Harvey, hello Harvey. We didn't receive the message. Okay, so we have fixed the issue. There wasn't any issue, by the way. As we have restarted the server, the socket was inconsistent, so we just had to refresh the page as the server was reset. So I'll test it now. Right, hello Harvey, and I'll send an emoji, and yes, it is being received in the real time. Okay, so our chat application is completed. Now let's style the scroll bar and fix this input in the responsive mode. So let's head over to this chat messages here, and here we'll write ampersand WebKit scroll bar, and we'll remove this too. We'll give it a width of 0.2 rem. We'll write thumb. We'll give it a background color of FF39. Then we'll give it a width of 0.1 rem, and we'll give it a border radius of 1 rem. Okay, so the scroll bar is styled. Now let's do this. So do we have a media query here? Yes. Now let's head over to chat input chat input, and what should we do here? First we'll have the button. Here we'll paste the media query, select the padding as 0.3 rem and 1 rem. Then we'll select the SVG and give it a font size of 1 rem, not font weight, font size 1 rem. After this, at the top here, we'll paste the media query and we'll write padding 0, 1 rem and a gap of 1 rem. That's it. So it is styled and it is looking great. So yeah, that's it. So our chat application is ready. I'll test it again if it works. Hello. Okay, we have a bug here. Why did we receive so many messages? We'll write hello again. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Okay, so there wasn't any bug actually. What was happening is, as we saved the component and the component reloaded, so the socket was not maintained by the backend, so we had to refresh it. Now it will work perfectly as the development is complete and the socket is fixed now. So whatever we'll write now, it will work perfectly. We'll send emojis, send, close it, select any other chat, send. Yeah, it is working, as you can see that. Okay, so that's it. So our chat application is complete. Now if you have any doubts, you can ask me in the comment section, and please don't forget to give a like to this video. See you next time.